Hello, loungers. Welcome on in. I think it's a beautiful day for a what if. How's everybody feeling today? Oh, who all do we got in here so far? We got Angel. Hello. Hendrickson. Hello. DP. Hello. Isabella. Hello. How's it going, everyone? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am your eldritch gentleman, tentacled mangaka, proprietor of the Tentacle Lounge, Malik Torihane, accompanied as always by Wallet Chan, the living definition of money talks. Over here we do casual gaming, chill art streams. We are sometimes lewd, sometimes wholesome, but also always loving and supportive. Welcome you into the Tentacle Lounge and hope you enjoy your stay today. Today, it's time for some What If Weekly and some Dragon Ball New Age. I hope everybody is ready to do some fun art stuff. Before we get into that stuff, I have mentioned earlier in numerous streams that the 1-year streamiversary for my channel and content is coming up. That being October 17th. Mark a year since I've started streaming. On just a moment. Sorry about that, I had to blow my nose, but yes, October 17th will mark a full year since I started streaming, and I have some things planned. We are going to be doing basically a giant community games day on the 17th. For everybody over here on the YouTube channel, we're going to be doing a bunch of community gaming. Maybe some Amogus, some Fall Guys, and possibly some Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling. That's currently what I have planned. I will figure everything out and all the logistics and stuff of it later, but that is currently the itinerary for the 17th. So I hope to see everybody there on the 17th so that we can have some fun. In the meantime, that is still a ways away. Let's head on over to the art area and see what we have in store for the day, shall we? Alrighty. Oh, I think everything's all set. Yes. So today, we are heading back to the world of What If this time. Going back to do some more with our good buddy Biker Turles. And we will also be returning to the Ginyus, doing some good with Goldo versus Hit. I think we got a couple of good ones today. You may not game, but you will attend. Hey, if you attend, that's really all that matters. If you guys can come here and attend, that'll be nice. That will be wonderful. But for now, chat, it is time. We have a lot of stuff to do today. We got a lot of work to do. So without any further ado, let's go on ahead and get started, shall we? We would most likely, Hendrickson, we would most likely be playing Master Duel. Just single one-on-one duels. I will open up a room for people, and you guys can come in, you can duel me, you can duel other members of the community. It's just going to be a nice community game day. It's just a little bit of a way to celebrate the 1 year, and to thank you guys for getting me to this point. We've covered a lot of ground since I started, chat. met a lot of people, I've made a lot of friends. And I just want to give back to you guys a little bit for helping get me to this point. Yeah, that's right, Manny. Got some young Gohan. I mean, hey, Hendrickson, don't yuck anybody's yum. I do know people who think that Goldo's cute. It's a very niche community, but there are people who do. JJ, hello! But yeah, we will likely be doing, like, either Fall Guys, Amogus, some Fall Guys, Amogus, and some Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe some other stuff. I still have to figure out an entire itinerary for the 17th. That's the 17th of next month, not this month. Yeah, Manny. I've been very, very fortunate. You guys have, you know, not only you guys, but all my, you know, peeps over on Twitch, all the people who commission me for art, you guys have enabled me to live and do what I've wanted to do all my entire life, which is do my art for a living. You know, the streaming and stuff is just a vehicle to facilitate it and show off what I'm able to do. But the art has always been like the first and foremost kind of thing. It's still to this day what's paying my bills, and you guys all made that possible. What if is this? Crabman, we are heading back to the world of Turles being good. And he's over here training with some Gohan. And then we will be doing a Goldoverse hit for the Ginyu's turning good. Rildo and Boo versus Goldo and Hit. I would have to give the edge to Rildo and Boo. Stopping time is powerful, but against Rildo and Boo, I don't think, I don't, like, even, like, Hit's time skip. Hit's time skip isn't going to do a whole lot against somebody who just regenerates from all the damage he does. It is one of the reasons why, like, you know, I don't know. I still give the edge to Boo and Rildo. It's one reason why Boo was, like, excluded from the Tournament of Power, because of how broken and OP he is. Like, how is Hit going to solo Boo if Boo regenerates from literally everything that Hit does to him? It can't damage him. Hit might be able to take out Rildo. He might be able to do that. But Boo? Yeah, Boo was written out of the Tournament of Power. And they did it at the final hour when they realized how ridiculously OP he is. Yeah, this is true, Hendrickson. But when have you ever seen Hit do a Genki Dama? All of Hit's offense, all of both Hit and Goldo's offense is physical. And unless you are so overwhelmingly powerful compared to Boo, you can't defeat him with physical damage alone. He regenerates from almost all physical damage, and even some energy-based damage. He can regenerate from it with no problem. So, like, as powerful as Hit and his abilities are, I think he is horribly matched against Boo. Like, don't get me wrong, stopping time and skipping time, very, very strong. But Boo could shrug off all that damage until Hit can't can't skip time anymore. And eventually he'll mess up. Plus, like, Hit doesn't have the infinite stamina that Boo does. Do I celebrate Halloween? Yes, I do. Halloween is actually, next to Christmas, it's my favorite holiday of the year. As a matter of fact, everybody, 1 second. Here we go. Got it. Nerd King, oh my goodness! Thank you for your red supa! Holy moly! Thank you! Wow! Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate it. Senpai has noticed, indeed. But if you guys are interested, there's a link to a playlist I have curated called Malik's Spook Box. It is a special Halloween playlist that I actually listen to all throughout the month of October. A whole bunch of spoopy themed songs and stuff that just gives you the Halloweeny vibe. There's, I believe, 80-something songs on it right now. If you guys are interested and you want to get into the spirit of the season, the season to come anyway, go on ahead and check out the playlist. Yes. I mean, look at what happened with Boo when he faced off against one of the members of the Death Triangle. In the, what do you call it? In the exhibition match. They did all kinds of like physical based damage to him and he laughed at it. Boo is ridiculous. Yeah, the Trio de Danger. Death Triangle, whatever. Who would I rather hug, Sapari, Gine, or Suno? I mean, Sapari is one of my characters. I think Gine would actually be good for a hug. Brian, hello. It would have turned into a rubber hose cartoon if Boo had his own episodes? Yeah. I'm doing just fine, Brian. Having a good day, hanging out with the lovelies, doing some art. No problem, Manny. Yeah, the link that I shared in the chat, that is for my Spookbox playlist. You can also, if you just go to my channel and you look in my playlists, you should be able to find it. It is public. That is my special curated Halloween playlist. I'm filled with all kinds of spoopy songs to get you in the mood. Does the playlist have spooky, scary skeletons? No. It has a couple songs that you might expect, but for the most part, it's all like stuff that gives me the vibe of Halloween. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Halloween song. And one of the main reasons, like, I don't have, like, spooky, scary skeletons is because I've never found, like, a version of it that I like. Like, yeah, it's a meme song or whatever, but, like, I've yet to find a version of Spooky, Scary Skeletons that I actually, like, would listen to unironically. Like, the thing about my Spookbox playlist is it's all songs that, yeah, they get me in the mood for Halloween, but they're also songs that I could listen to any other time of the year and, like, just to listen to. I haven't been able to do that with any version of Spooky Scary Skeletons. Krillin might be getting beat by Android 18, Cyborg 18, power level wise. But besides, like, Videl and Gohan, they're the only two that have the most... They have one of the most functional relationships in all of Dragon Ball. Exactly, Mercenary. That's exactly what would be happening if Boo was in the Tournament of Power. Krillin and 18 is a wholesome marriage? Yeah. Is it over? Did I win? JJ, that is actually a very funny scenario. That would be hilarious. Oh. It's... Oh. Hendrickson, come on, dude. We all know that Kakarot is not a wife beater, so come on, dude. Chill out. Favorite arc in DBZ? I have mentioned this a couple of times. My favorite arc in all of Dragon Ball Z is the Saiyan arc. I feel that the Saiyan arc is the peak of Dragon Ball because it was before, like, transformations and everything took over and became prevalent. It was the, like, one of the final times where, like, techniques and stuff were exemplified over, you know, just transforming and everything. For me, that was the final arc that felt like true Dragon Ball. Like, some people love the fight between Majin, Vegeta, and Goku. To this day, the fight between Goku and Vegeta in that wasteland on Earth during the Saiyan arc, still probably, like, my top 2 favorite fights. You didn't imagine it, Hendrickson, but he did it on accident. He tried to playfully slap her on the back and said he couldn't control his strength. You're making it out like he did it on purpose, that he's being, like, just malicious with it, and he's not. Why do I imagine Turles going out of his way to getting Gohan his own biker jet? That would actually be kind of fun. Yeah, JJ, it is that reason, you know? Ape. I see what you did there. Goku vs. Majin Vegeta was pretty good, but I always felt it went on for a bit too long. Plus, unlike their first bout, Vegeta only won due to a cheap shot. Yeah. I mean, even according to Vegeta, that wasn't a win. He even said after he knocked Goku out that they would settle it up and they would actually finish their fight if he came back alive. So, like, Vegeta doesn't count that victory as a Majin Vegeta. He doesn't count that as a win against Goku. And in the Saiyan arc, like, in all honesty, Vegeta had Goku beat. Goku threw everything he had at Vegeta, and Vegeta still wound up winning. Do I have a headcanon on how Vegeta acts with Bulma's family? The way they act in the manga, basically. Hey, Star Sword! What do I think of Moro? I liked Moro right up until he became Cell, basically. Kind of like a lot of Toyotaro's stuff. It has a lot of promise right at the start, and then it just slowly peters out, and it loses me. Oh, thank you, Brian. Well, that was the thing, Hendrickson. So with Cell, making Cell, right? In that particular timeline or whatever, when he scrapes up the DNA from Cell Frieza, he even says that they could have taken Cell even says they could have taken cells from Trunks, but the robot that is watching. Giro isn't watching. The robots are. The robot determined that they had enough Saiyan cells, so they didn't take anything from Trunks. It's not like Giro was sitting there watching the robot the entire time. Oh, this isn't Goku. We are over here, with Turles. Yeah, basically. They saw they saw Frieza and them touch down, and we're like, yeah, we'll take some of that. Well, no, David, because Cell has cells from Gohan. He does have cells from Gohan inside of him. It's just that they had cells from Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Nappa. Yeah, they had like 4 different Saiyans in there. And they were just like, I think we've got enough Saiyan cells in there. Angel, hello. I'm doing okay. All right, lovelies, we got the inks and stuff ready for this. So before we what do you call it? How else would Cell have explosive temper? I get it. Before we go any further, I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water and make my last cup of coffee, and when we come back, we will get to coloring this. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, Chad, I'm back. Probably throw back to the bridge. All his TFS chains in the chat. Yeah. Guessing that those glasses are shades? You would be correct, Star Sword. Morty! Hello! A bottle of water? Of water? Going to get me a bottle of water? I could be. Let's see. Alrighty, chat. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Toriyama. Could be. Manny, yes, I did. I saw Superhero twice before it was released in theaters, and I went and saw it once in the theaters. And I enjoyed myself all 3 times. What else do we have in store today? We have Goldo versus Hit is going to be coming up. Don't derail. Basically, that means, like, we're over here, we're talking Dragon Ball and stuff like that. Don't go off on tangents that derail the entire chat into something. Like, don't try to, like, maliciously change the subject. Don't try to maliciously change the subject. Don't come in here with a bad attitude trying to make everybody in the chat upset or whatever. You know, don't bring down the vibe, basically. We're over here, we're trying to have, you know, just have a good time and chill out. Talk Dragon Ball and just have a little bit of fun doing some artwork. And I want to keep those vibes. I'm not here to do edgy jokes and stuff like that. I'm just here to chill out and hang out with you guys. Well, thank you. Never. Sussy, yes. Edgy, not really. Now, chat. If Turles isn't colored in, do you know what is a simple, very simple piece of the design that lets you know the difference between Turles and Goku? Do you know what it is, chat? Exactly, Sonny. He's right here. This little design change lets you know the difference between Turles and Goku. Goku does not have these little quote-unquote devil horns. Literally, besides his skin tone and the little devil horns, literally everything about Turles, is the exact same as Goku, besides the skin tone and the devil horn. But if he's not colored in, the little devil horns are what lets you know that it's Turles and not Goku. Bumblebee? What is this Bumblebee that occurred? I will show you. Pretty. It is very simple. So, bring up an old one. Yeah, he lost an arm, which we, like, were replaced with a cybernetic, hand. Alright, Curry. So, this is an old design, but this is basically what Rigger's, Asura form looks like nowadays. But it didn't always look like that. Did not always look like that. Back when it was Super Saiyan 5... when I was first doing this, we had what was basically has been lovingly referred to as the Bumblebee form, which was this. So we redesigned, you know, when we redesigned Super Saiyan 5 / Asura, it morphed from this into this. Something a little bit more straightforward, less of a hassle to draw, and a little less edgy. No frosted tips around here. Not Astra, Asura. A-S-U-R-A. You can call it Super Saiyan 5, but it's not. Love the mid-2000s vibe. That's because it was made in the mid-2000s. Well, not even mid-2000s. It was made in the early 2000s. Frosted tips. They're more than good. They're great. Let's see. I need one of Turles where we've got his arm showing. His mech arm, so I can get the proper colors. There it is. There we go. Just 2 colors, that's it. Aside from Goku's quarterfinal match attempt in History of Trunks, is there any other time there was a scene in the rain in Dragon Ball? Well, I gotta be honest, in the manga, there's not a whole lot of scenes in the rain at all. The only time I can recall to the front of my mind where there's actual rain is right before the tournament when, where the time skip. Before the tournament where Goku fights Piccolo. That was the last time that's the last time I remember seeing actual rain in the manga. Because in the History of Trunks, when Trunks finds Gohan after he's dead, it's not raining in the manga. They did it in the anime to give the scene a bit more emotional impact. From everything that I remember, Toriyama hates drawing things in the rain. It's just a whole bunch of, like, added details and stuff that he doesn't want to do. Yeah, that was the last time I remember it actually raining in, like, the manga. Yeah, you can call it Super Saiyan 5. People call it Super Saiyan 5. I just don't use the Super Saiyan 5 terminology anymore. You are free to call it that if you desire. We just, internally, we don't call it Super Saiyan 5 anymore. It's Asura. Yeah, Toriyama likes to keep his art simple until he doesn't. Like, he did Sandland, all because he wanted to draw that tank. He wanted to draw an old man in a tank. And then he realized how much of a pain in the butt it was to draw the tank over and over and over and over and over again. So he included the tank less and less and less. Yum, 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 yum. All right. We got our Turles colored in. Now I need to pull up Gohan. This'll work. This has all the colors I need. Oh, I'm right there with you, Curry. I actually want to pick up a couple of the, Bleach art books. I have a bunch of art books for Dragon Ball and the art book for, Dragon Quest. But man, I do want to pick up some of those Bleach art books. Yeah, Tite Kubo is really, really good. He's not one of my major inspirations, I would say, but he's one of them. He's one of the people that, like, I really, really enjoy all of his work. He's a fantastic artist. You're bringing your brother to watch Superhero tomorrow. He has not watched anything after Z. Will he be able to understand the movie well? He's probably going to be missing a lot of context, but it's possible? Yeah, in some places, Superhero is still in theaters. Like, the Superhero movie is actually, like, it's really predicated that you know a lot about what's going on in, like, Super. So, like, I think, like... that's gonna be a tough call. He likely will be very confused. If nothing else, you should watch the other movies. You should watch Battle of Gods, Resurrection F, and DBS Broly before you watch it. You can skip the Tournament of Power, though. Nobody needs to watch the Tournament of Power. In Z, were Goku and Jeets really okay with being fused forever, or they just didn't have time to think about it carefully enough? Goku convinced Vegeta to do it because they had no other choice. Vegeta was willing to sit there and accept death because he didn't want to be fused with Goku forever. Also, he didn't tell Vegeta that they were going to be fused forever as Vegito until after, like, Vegeta was, like, halfway putting the earring on. Vegeta pretty much got the earring on. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, this is going to be permanent. But when Goku told Vegeta that, like, Boo had already, like, killed and eaten Bulma and all that stuff, that's kind of what convinced Vegeta to do it. Goku is always on board. Goku's on board to do it. Vegeta is the one who's a little bit too prideful and stuck with their rivalry to want to do it. So Goku, yes. Vegeta, Vegeta's just like, do we really got to? Please, do we really have to do this? That's why in GT, when Vegeta suggested that they fuse to beat Omega Shenron, it was such a big deal. But yeah, Vegeta doesn't like it because, one, like, he didn't like the Potara idea because he didn't like the idea of being permanently fused to Goku. He doesn't like doing the Metamor fusion because he thinks the fusion dance makes him look ridiculous. Well, Lord Hendrickson, if it's the difference between saving the actual universe and then having to deal with the consequences of being fused with your son forever, like, even Goku was like, he was questioning it when the old Kai told him to Patara fuse with Gohan. He was, like, wondering how it was going to work. But they literally didn't have time to think about all of that. It's, we fuse now and save the universe and then deal with the ramifications later, or we sit here and putz around about the ramifications and let the universe be destroyed. It's not like Goku was just like, you know what would be funny? If I fused with Gohan so that Chi-Chi and Videl are permanently confused for the rest of their lives. Let's see. Yeah, they could, that it is possible. Like, we still haven't seen anything like that. But, it is entirely possible that the Dragon Balls can be used to split a fusion apart. Alright, chat. We got our flat colors done, so now... Yo, Art Dog, what's going on, buddy? How you feeling? How you feeling? Oh yeah, you're right, Hendrix. You're right, Hendrickson. In Dragon Ball Super, they did use the Dragon Balls to defuse, so it is possible. Doesn't Force Spirit Fission able to defuse people as well? David, let's be honest. Who, like, besides you, who remembers Forced Spirit Fission? I'll tell you one thing. Toyotaro sure as hell doesn't remember it. That's gonna be like Super Saiyan Rage, one of the things that gets mentioned once and is never brought up ever again. The over and under on Force Spirit Fission doing anything meaningful in this series is so astronomical, I'll take the bet. Trunk stole my Turles stole my shades? Nah, he and I just go to the same store. Here we go. Yeah, we're getting it. We're getting it. There we go. All right, Brian. Thank you for coming by, friendo. I appreciate it. If you're able to come on back, we'll still be here for a little bit. We've got one more thumbnail to do, and we've got some Dragon Ball New Age to work on in a little bit. I can't say for sure, Ryan, because I don't write the stories, I just draw them. I would say that Turles probably is never going to wish for his hand back because he doesn't really need to. He has a mechanical hand. It's not really hindering him at all. So, personally, I don't think he's ever going to wish for it back. What if Turles is Malik? Bum, bum, bum! The conspiracy theory. So evil. Do I have a plan B for when Masako runs out of what if ideas? There's a reason why Masako does the round tables. Because he basically, like, besides the ideas that he has, he likes farming you guys for ideas. So as long as you guys keep going to the round tables and keep suggesting things, we never run out of ideas. Yes. Yeah, basically, Masako will run out of ideas when you guys run out of ideas. And also, as long as new Dragon Ball content keeps getting made, that's always, like, new things to explore and new things to discuss and talk about. Yeah. What If-Ry is safe for years to come. We've been doing this for, like, what, 5 or 6 years now? I do not have Crunchy. I refuse. Why do I refuse to have Crunchyroll? I refuse it on a moral stance. I was one of the people who was naive to think that the money that I gave Crunchyroll was being sent to the anime industry. So I was trying to support the anime industry in a legal way that was endorsed by a bunch of people that I thought knew what they were talking about. And then Crunchyroll decided to use the money that I was giving them to send to the anime industry to make their own studio, to make their own crappy off-brand knockoff anime, quote-unquote anime. And that's not what I gave them their money for. So I canceled my Crunchyroll subscription way, way back and utterly refused to have one. Because I'm not going to be tricked and not going to be told that my money is going to one thing when it's actually going to another. Yeah, they pulled a Netflix. Crunchyroll spent years telling us that all the money that you sent them, that your subscription money, was going to the anime industry to help out the animators and stuff. Because of, like, you know, I don't know if you guys know, but Japanese animators, they live in, you know, they work and live in horrid conditions, and it needs to get better for them if you guys want to keep having anime. So I thought I was doing the legal and responsible thing, but it turns out it was all a lie. And now they're trying to monopolize the English anime industry, and I don't support none of that. I actually support a group, a Yarhar group, that legit sends the money that they get to the anime industry. Yep, they live and work in atrocious conditions. And it's not fair. It's not fair, it's not right, and they deserve to have a little bit better. It doesn't need to be immaculate, they just deserve to have it a little bit better. And I don't know about you, chat, but I don't like being lied to. So here's me telling you guys right now that I will never have a sponsorship or a subscription to Crunchyroll. Yeah, Gohan having his arm, like, even if it's a cybernetic one, isn't going to make a whole lot of difference against the cyborgs when he fights them. See, in the anime, in the TV special for History of Trunks, when Gohan, with his one arm, fights the cyborgs, he actually puts up a really good fight against them. In the manga, he kicks 17 into a building, 18 laughs, and when 17 crawls up out of the rubble, Gohan says he's gonna body him, basically. And 17 laughs at him and says, I barely used half my power the last time we fought. And 17 kills Gohan by himself. I'm just over here casually burning the Crunchyroll bridge down. But that's fine. It's totally fine, chat. I've lived this long without Crunchyroll, I can keep doing it. Yes, Goku has done the Kamehameha with his feet. He has done it with a single arm. What about the Funimation app? I canceled that as well, because Funimation is now owned by Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll has absorbed Funimation. So, I also canceled my Crunchyroll subscription. I am not giving any money to Crunchyroll. Isn't Crunchyroll also owned by Sony? Yes, it is. Sony is out here acting like Disney, just trying to monopolize everything. They want to own it all. They called it a merger, JJ, but in all honesty, Funimation was absorbed by Crunchyroll. They try to say that they're, like, basically distinct from each other and they're just sharing their library. No. Starzord, I have Hulu, but I can't tell you the last time I watched it. It's kind of getting to be the same thing with, like, my Netflix account. I watch YouTube more than I watch literally anything else. The last thing I watched on Netflix was I binged the entire season 3 of Love, Death, and Robots. I have gone on Hulu to search for movies that they don't have. And, like, I could honestly find a lot more movies with my Amazon Prime, with Prime Video. So I've honestly been considering, like, canceling my Netflix and Hulu subscriptions. Why pay for an English dub? Well, Kazo, so the thing was, back when I used my Hulu and Netflix a lot more frequently, my brother used to come over a lot. I was my brother's, like, gateway into anime. And he didn't like watching subtitled anime. He liked English dubs. So I basically facilitated a lot of ways for him to watch dubbed anime. But now my brother has his own accounts and everything, and now I have accounts that are basically, I'm paying for the accounts, but I'm not using them at all. Yeah, if I cancel my Netflix and Hulu subscription, I'll be saving like roughly 20 or 30 bucks a month. Because, like, I don't pay for, like, the top-of-the-line Hulu or the top-of-the-line Netflix. I just pay for, like, the bare-bones version of it. Like, even with my Hulu, I still have to deal with ads and stuff on Hulu. But again, like I said, I honestly use the apps so very, very little, it's really not worth me having them at all. I do not have Disney Plus either. So I guess you should make a reminder to cancel them. That's a good idea, JJ. Matter of fact, let me... There. I actually put it on my to-do board right next to my office desk. Thank you, Kazo. This is also one reason why I support the possession of physical media over streaming media. Because a lot of these streaming sites, you know, they'll alter and change things. And frequently not for the better. I support fully the possession of physical media. I know that we are in a time where, like, streaming and Steam and stuff is very, very prevalent. And it's the thing to do. And it's the easiest and most... Yeah, you're basically sacrificing the ability to own something physically for the convenience of getting it right now. And for me, that's not a worthwhile trade-off. Physical media is okay until you run out of space. This is true. You will eventually run out of space. But let's be honest, do you ever really have to get to the point where you don't have enough space for everything unless you're a hoarder? I'm telling you what, like some of the anime that I watched back in the day, I wish I still had the physical versions of them that I used to. Like Voltage Fighter Go Kaiser. I used to have that on VHS. I wish I still had it today. Because even if I didn't watch it, I could turn around and sell that thing for 200 bucks. You'll never be able to do that with a Steam game or a Steam anime or something that you got on like Amazon Prime. You can always get a return investment on something for physical media. Like, for example, many of you may not know of a game that came out a while ago called Kaijudo. It came out roughly 5-ish years ago. 5-6 years ago or so. The game lasted about a year, and then it died. Game lasted about a year, and it died. I still have a bunch of Kaijudo stuff. But there is enough of a remaining player base of people who still play the game that if I so was inclined, I could contact some of those people and, like, offload my stuff. I can do that. I couldn't do that with the digital version of the game. You have to hope it doesn't deteriorate and it does become, rare. Well, that is why you take care of your stuff. You don't just throw it in a cardboard box and throw it in a wet basement. You live in Florida, you don't have a basement. Fair. Fair enough. I do not have a basement either. If I'm being totally honest, I don't have a basement. I do have a storage unit, though. It's not meant for everybody, Kazo. And it's like I said, I'm not over here trying to tell anybody how to live their lives. I am just an advocate for physical media and actually physically owning the property that you pay for. It's like my Magic cards, for example. I know that my Magic cards eventually, if absolutely necessary, I could sell my Magic collection right now for a substantial sum of money. I could. I have a bunch of old cards from time as I've collected everything over the years. And I've accumulated quite a bit of money in my Magic collection. And I do my best to take care of it because it's mine. It's mine. And I want it to last and I want it to be good. I have comic books from the 70s. I have comic books that are old comics. And I do my best to take care of them, even right now. I'm not planning on reselling those comics, but I know that if I take care of them, they'll be worth something. In the situation that I do have to get rid of them. But at the same time, I also come from, for the most part, I come from a different time than a lot of you younger. Thank you, Angel. I think we're doing a pretty good job on this so far. And I sold out of my Yu-Gi-Oh I sold out of Yu-Gi-Oh! As like a physical game. I sold out of that game a long time ago. I still have some of my stuff. The stuff that means like it has like sentimental value to me. My Blue Eyes White Dragons, my Dark Magician stuff, my Red Eyes Black Dragon stuff, my Elemental Heroes, my Cyber Dragons. You know, I have a long box that I still have like what remains of my Yu-Gi-Oh collection. But like what I took, for the most part, I took very, very good care of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And when I sold out of the game, that was about $5,000. Made about $5,000 selling my collection. And I still have a bunch of it. Almost time for the rush. All right, Kazo, thank you for hanging out. Everybody, do please wish a hearty goodbye to our mod, Kazo. Thank you for hanging out. Well, the other thing is, Purple Tiger, even though Yu-Gi-Oh! Tends to reprint things into the ground, the older version, it's almost like with Magic. You can reprint something in Magic, but the older version will still always hold more value because the older versions are harder to get a hold of. Like me, I had Dark Hole and Heavy Storm, right? Dark Hole and Heavy Storm in Yu-Gi-Oh! Have been reprinted into the dirt and back. But it's not often you can get foil first editions from the original sets of Dark Hole and Heavy Storm. That's what I had. Have I ever done any impressions of any characters? I've done tons of voices and stuff before. Over on my Twitch streams, I have a voice redeem to do the Japanese version of You're Approaching Me from JoJo's. So I try to get my Dio on. I have, which I actually, thank you for reminding me, I actually have to update my Who's This Joker redeem. That's probably one of my most... the one that gets used the most is my Who's This Joker, where you can, for channel points, you can have me say something in the voice of the Mark Hamill Joker. Get rid of this. Okay. See. Almost at the end on this one. All right. We just got to finish up Gohan. But before I do that, I need to make a quick run to the restroom my lovely loungers. Give me like 2 minutes. I will be right back. I told you Malik be back. Alrighty, chat. We are just about to finish this one up. Let's see. But me, I've tended to think about the fruit from the Tree of Might. Anybody from One Piece will know what I'm talking about. To be like those power pills that the Sharkmen used. It's basically like a super steroid that requires you to eat more and more of it in order to get the same buffs and abilities. That they're basically chasing the dragon, for lack of a better term. No pun intended. So for me, I think that the fruit's abilities, the power that it grants you, wears off, and you eventually have to keep eating it. You're driven to keep eating it. right, chat. I think we got it looking mighty nice. I think this looks pretty good. Go ahead and get this all saved up and then send it over to the boss. And oh, I already had it open. What am I doing? I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm being a big dumb, chat. I'm being a big dumb, chat. Yeah. Oh. All right. Got that over at the chief. Why, JJ, I have no idea what you're talking about. Whatever would have given you that impression? The idea that there is just this one Saiyan that looks exactly like Goku with no explanation is kind of funny. Actually, in the, what do you call it? In the original anime, and I think in the guidebooks, they tried to say that, like, among the low-class Saiyans, there wasn't a whole lot of physical differences. So it wasn't uncommon to find Saiyans that looked virtually identical to each other. I think you could also use that to chalk that up to the fact that there were only a couple thousand Saiyans. They numbered in the single-digit thousands, and not even, like, high single-digit thousands. I'm talking, like, there's, like, 2,000 or 3,000 Saiyans at most. But in the movie, they tried to explain that, like, the low-class Saiyans, like Turles, Bardock, Goku, because they were low-class, they all shared very similar physical characteristics. That was their original explanation for why Turles looked like Goku. All right. We got that over to the boss, so now... No, everybody, like, thought that, like, Goku, like, and Turles were related. Even, Toyotaro, when he did his, like, I think it was called Dragon Ball Zero or something like that, that Raditz story, he tried to insinuate that Turles, was actually Bardock's illegitimate son. But yeah, in the original Japanese anime, and it was either in that or one of the guidebooks, they insinuated that low-class Saiyans all kind of shared similar physical characteristics. Hello, Gogeta. Anims, it's not really my worst nightmare. It's just that's a part of like the early part of my foray into the fandom of Dragon Ball that I don't necessarily look back on with a lot of fondness is basically it. I've been asked to draw that version of Rigor before. I actually did a version of it that I did for Blackscape, but they wound up not using it. Blackscape was gonna do, I believe, like a comparison video between Rigor and Zykor. And specifically, it was going to be the old version of Rigor, who was, like, way more villainous than the one that we're dealing with right now. Would you expect there to be Hyper Saiyan? No. They already push my buttons with God Saiyans. The last thing I need is Hyper Saiyan. Gotta go fast. Here we go. Yeah, I think Gotenks is enough Hyper Saiyan for me. Are you allowed to talk about... Yeah, Superhero has been out long enough. If you guys want to talk about it, you're able to. We lifted the embargo on it last week. Genuine question, why was Frieza even allowed to live after the Tournament of Power? Well, because they had to have a ever-present ongoing threat, and in-universe, they did it as a reward for him actually helping. They were just like, you know what? Sure, you are Space Nepal Hitler. But you know what? You did a good. So we're going to let you have your body back and let you be alive. I never said it was the right thing to do. It's just that was their reasoning, I guess. Opinion on Cell Max? I'm glad it wasn't original Cell. The idea of basically a giant kaiju cell is kind of interesting. But, a serviceable final boss movie villain, that's about it. I don't... The personality of Cell Max and the uses beyond being a movie villain are kind of shallow. Serviceable for a movie villain, that's about it. Oop. Masako just messaged me. We got a thumbs up on that one, chat. I also, if I'm being honest, I'm glad they used the version, like, they based it off of the version of Cell that Akira Toriyama likes instead of Perfect Cell. I like that they used, like, a design based off of Semi-Perfect Cell, which is the one that Toriyama likes more than the other ones. Because I've had enough of, I mean, like case in point, we're drawing Hit right now, who has a very Cell face. Moro, in the later parts of the Moro arc, has a very Cell face. The robot that he absorbed has a Cell face. The Gammas have a Cell face. I'm glad they used the imperfect Cell design and not Perfect Cell. Yeah, I've really had enough of characters in Dragon Ball Super having Cell's face. We get it. Cell was a cool villain. That doesn't mean every character has to have his face. You think semi-perfect design fits more for a kaiju? I agree. I agree. My issue with Orange Piccolo is the same issue that I have with the earlier form that was introduced in the exact same movie and that shows up like exactly like maybe twice. The Ultimate Piccolo that appears right before Orange Piccolo. Why are you going to give Piccolo two new transformations and make them not matter? It is the same issue that I have with Ultra Ego. Why are you going to give Vegeta a new transformation, then immediately job it out and show that it is not worth a damn? This has been one of my big issues with Super, is that transformations do not equal storytelling. They are elements of the story. If Beast Gohan is the only thing that's going to matter in the movie, then only do Beast Gohan. Do not give other characters transformations that mean nothing. That is one thing that I hate about modern Dragon Ball. Instead of introducing 3 new forms in a single story, but only one form matters, do just the one form and save the other forms for later. That's been a big thing, and I can't stand that they keep doing it. Cell Max is a worse Harudegarn made to look like Cell. Well, let's be honest. Every giant villain is a worse... It is just basically a worse version of Ozaru Vegeta. All the giant villains are basically chasing the magic of Vegeta in Ozaru form. Harudegarn at least has some interesting abilities. I really liked Harudegarn for the little bit of time we got to spend with him. Yes, the Namek, the Namek arc, like building up Super Saiyan. It's one reason why original Super Saiyan is to this day one of my favorite transformations, because they spent an entire arc building up how big and monumentous Super Saiyan was, and we didn't know anything about it until it actually happened. And it's one reason why Super Saiyan Blue falls so flat in Resurrection F, because there's no build up to it. It just happens. Which is why it has all of the impact of a wet sock. Dang it, I keep going to that one. Not what I'm trying to do. There we go. Here we go. I agree with you, but I'm a little bit more forgiving with the movie, a little bit. For me, I think the movie just makes it even more egregious. Because you're taking away time that could have been used to make the story better. I mean, granted, it was still a good story, but you're taking away time that could be used to make the story better to shoehorn in transformations as fan service that wind up serving no point in the plot other than to buy time. And I don't like that. Dang it, I keep going to the turles one. There we go. Like, okay, let me put this in perspective. So let's use a movie that everybody really, really likes so far. I see very, very few people like complain about it. Super Broly. In Dragon Ball Super Broly, Vegeta we reveal that Vegeta has Super Saiyan God, right? Now, this does not count as introducing a new transformation because it is a transformation that everybody assumes that Vegeta is able to use. It's not a brand new transformation that is introduced solely in that movie. It is something that everybody assumes Vegeta has, and the movie is clarifying that it is an actual ability that he has. Introducing Ultimate Piccolo and then Orange Piccolo in the same movie is doing two things. One, because it winds up mattering so little in the end, it undercuts the impact of those transformations. Two, it undercuts Piccolo because now you're taking away potential story that he has as, one, it's a gag. Two, you're introducing it solely as these power-ups that he uses to get the crap kicked out of him to give Gohan the incentive that he needs to do the thing. You know, so instead of giving Piccolo his own moment, you're giving him a literal moment instead of something more significant. As a story writer, it just bothers me. Like, you could have made Piccolo strong and, like, not included anything about the transformations And it literally could have changed almost nothing. Like, how much... Like, if Piccolo doesn't have those transformations, and he just goes giant because he's gonna lose to Cell Max in the end anyway, by giving him a transformation, a new transformation, and a new power, just to have him lose to Cell Max anyway, undercuts the impact and the power of that transformation, and makes it like Ultra Ego. It makes it so that, oh, well, he got this new power, but he's still a joke anyway. Whereas, if you didn't give him a new transformation, he goes giant, and he jobs out to Cell Max anyway, you still can see that Piccolo has some ways to go. He's doing what he can, but it's not enough. All right. I'm pretty sure I should have some reference images of Resurrection F Vegeta in here. I should. Let's see. I do. Kind of dark. See if we can brighten this up a little bit. Brighten it up. We'll make it a little bit orangey, but we're gonna darken it up. Are there patterns I've noticed with Toriyama's design philosophy? Toriyama has always been an advocate of less is more. Basically, if you over-design something, it does not have the hallmark of Toriyama. Toriyama tries to do the most by changing the least. That's why, like with Super Saiyan God, it's basically Goku with red hair and a thinner body. Super Saiyan is Goku's hair is upturned and it changes color. That's why, like, a lot of, like, these fan transformations where, like, Saiyans get, like, extra tails and wings and giant, like, even bigger hair and all these, like, markings and stuff all over their bodies and stuff. You're overthinking it. Change the least. Change the least for the most effect. That's why a lot of times you can tell the difference between stuff that Toriyama designed and stuff that, like, Toyotaro or Nakatsuru designed. Like Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 is such a departure from the original Super Saiyan line. Uh, what about a transformation where you go bald? Isabella, there's actually like one of the characters that I designed, one of the villains for one of my future arcs. That's actually something that happens to them. Instead of them getting like a new hair color or something, they actually lose their hair. Ironically, the reason why Super Saiyan God's design works is the same reason why Ultra Instinct doesn't work. To an extent. For me, I don't like Mastered Ultra Instinct. I don't like that form at all. I do, however, have a slight fondness for Omen of Instinct. I don't call it Ultra Instinct Omen. I call it Omen of Instinct. For the simple fact that Goku's hair just waves and his eye color changes. Very, very simple. Very, very simple change that I can get behind. I actually did something fairly similar in Dragon Ball New Age before we like revamped the story. I did something very similar to that with Piccolo for his Sage Namek, for him being Sage Namekian. I actually adhered to the very very minimalist difference. So with Sage Namek Piccolo, yeah, he got a new uniform to signify that he had trained in a new discipline and stuff, which is something that usually happens in like martial arts movies. Hello, Rex. But physically, the only thing that changes about Piccolo when he's a Sage Namek is his eye color. He no longer has black pupils. He has light blue pupils that they're almost translucent, like his eyes are completely white. But he has very, very light blue pupils when he uses his Sage Namek power. All right, JJ, have a good one. Thank you. Thank you for coming on out and hanging. I appreciate it. All right, chat. It is time to do our shading. No? All of our shades on Guldo here. How do I feel about there being a UI Omen offense variant? Again, why can't we just keep it simple? Why can't there just be Omen of Instinct and your quote-unquote mastered Ultra Instinct? Why does it now have to be, okay, Omen of Instinct has a defense and an offense variant? Why do we have to have that distinction? Because now you're just confusing everything. Because now, when Goku goes Omen of Instinct, are you wondering is he in the defense version or is he in the offense version? Again, like I said, keep it simple. Do the most with the least. You don't need offense variants, defense variants, energy variants, energy blocking variants. You don't need all this crap. You don't need it. You don't. Me over here talking critically about Dragon Ball is probably the reason why I'll never work on this series officially. But that's okay. It's okay, chat. Remember, just because you love something doesn't mean you can't be critical of it. I love Dragon Ball. And I'm critical of it because I love Dragon Ball. I mean, is it entirely possible that we've just reached a point in the franchise where it's like, you know, the sensibilities of it have changed and it's passed me by? That's entirely possible. Is it entirely possible that I am just an old man yelling at a cloud? That is entirely possible and probably accurate. But I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. Again, I say it a lot of times. You can like what you like, you just don't have to be a douche about it. It's like I'm over here. Yes, I'm being critical of it, but I'm not just relentlessly crapping on it and not trying to offer anything in return. I'm not just saying, "Oh, it sucks. It's all bad. I hate all of it," you know? I'm not trying to do that. I am trying to say what I think would be better. That, my friends, is what is true constructive criticism. I'm critical of it, but suggesting something that they could do that could be better. Like I said with the transformations. Don't blow your wad all in one arc. Save some of it. Save it for future stuff so you don't have to make as much stuff. You can keep the same amount of stuff and just slow burn it. Introduce it over time. Okay. And we can do some shinies. That's honestly been my issue with the internet as of late, is just, I don't know, the emotional response kind of discourages me a bit. That is one of the things about the internet, Scarlet. You have to start learning that, well, when you put anything out on the internet, there are people who are going to respect your opinion, and there's going to be people who absolutely despise your opinion on everything. It is the world of the internet. We are all different. Nobody is ever going to agree on anything. There will always be camps about literally everything. Some people will think something is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Other people will think that that particular thing stinks. Some people will like what you put out. Other people will hate it. I have learned to deal with that throughout the last almost 2 decades I've spent on the internet putting out content. You can never keep on the internet, you can never keep yourself happy and keep everyone else happy at the same time. The best you can do is put out things that you are proud of, that you are happy with, and learn to let go of everything that isn't constructive. People will mercilessly hate you for absolutely nothing. They will hate you for the dumbest things. How many times have I come on here and talked about people hating Toyotaro for the way he draws clouds? Clouds. Like, you have nothing better to do with your time than to criticize it. Like, for all the flaws Toyotaro has, clouds are not one of them. That is why, like, I do not, like, just come on here and criticize Toyotaro for literally everything. Because when, like, I've said this before. When Toyotaro hits, holy moly does he hit the mark hard. But when he misses, I will call him out when I think he deserves to be called out for something. Especially for as long as he's been on that project. And he continues to make mistakes that he should have corrected years ago that he just does not. And there's a lot of patterns with his work that he has not fixed. I will criticize him for that. But I will not come on here and say, oh my god, did you see the way he drew the clouds in panel 3 of chapter 197? How dare. He's such a crap artist. No. Toyotaro is very talented. He just has flaws, as all artists do, and I will point out the egregious flaws. I point out his habits with bad anatomy. I will point out his paneling. His paneling issues are very, very egregious. Those are some of the habits that he has still yet to break. They are old bad habits that he picked up that he picked up before he started working with Toriyama, that a lot of them he just has not gotten rid of. That kind of stuff is worthy of constructive criticism and procuring advice that could make what he's doing better, and to help people who look up to what he does so that you don't make the same mistake that he does. He's a fine artist to look up to. Just don't look up to him and make the same mistakes he does. Overloading your pages with panels. Crowding those panels with way too much stuff. The superfluous fluff that he does. The bad anatomy that he does. Yeah, there are plenty of things that you can criticize Toyotaro for, but some of the things that people drag him over the coals for are you're nitpicking and you're dragging for the sake of dragging. I don't like that. But yeah, when it comes to the internet, Scarlet, just keep in mind that you're never, ever going to be able to please everybody. Make stuff that you're proud of, and be proud of it. Take the constructive criticism in stride. Do not take them as personal attacks. And take the trolling criticism, the stuff that's, oh, your stuff sucks, your stuff's cringe, and they offer literally nothing of value in return. You can ignore stuff like that. It hurts. It hurts when you get it. But if they're offering you nothing in return but criticism, if they're telling you, oh, your content is cringe, your content sucks, it's this, it's that, but offer you nothing on how they would fix it, then it's not worth paying any attention to. I constantly struggle with my self-worth as a content creator. I constantly, worry that if what I'm doing is good content. I struggle with that a lot. And I get hate comments. I've gotten hate comments. I've gotten hate emails. Literal just hate. Nobody offering me anything on how to fix my stuff. They just hate me. They don't like me. So when somebody sends me an email saying, your stuff is cringe, you should just quit, guess where that email goes? That email goes right in the trash bin. But if I get an email saying, hey dude, I liked your latest chapter, but here's some things that I think you could fix, then I'll read that email and I will take their advice under advisement. If I think that it could help, then I will take that, I will take it in stride. It's not a personal attack. They just want to see my content get better. So I'm out here thinking that I do bad content, and then I get told by a content creator that I look up to that they enjoy coming and watching my stuff and that I make good content. That means a lot. It means a lot. I actually I think I put out a tweet about it a while ago. Let me see if I could dig it up really quick. Let me see if I can dig it up super duper quick. I put out a small thread about it. Ah, yeah, here it is. Okay. So. So here's what I had to say, for lack of exact quote. When you're a content creator, swallow your pride. Accept the fact that you will be ignored, rejected, looked down upon, and hated on constantly. Big creators will always be wary of small creators, and unless you bring something to the table, you're not going to get noticed. At the same time, cherish those who see your potential, and remember those who have been kind to you. Return the favor always, and always try to reach out when possible. Because the genuine friends you make along the way will be the ones who keep you from drowning in sadness and loneliness. Yeah, it's exactly that, Anims. You are free to disagree with my opinions. That I have said that. How many times have I come on here and said that I do not expect anybody to conform to my preferential whims? I think a certain way, but that doesn't mean you have to think that way. Just because I'm not the biggest fan of Dragon Ball Super doesn't mean you don't have to be. You can like Dragon Ball Super. It might not be my entire bag of chips. There are certain things I like about it. But if you love Dragon Ball Super, hey, more power to you. Love Dragon Ball Super. Buy every piece of merchandise you can. Buy every game. Watch every episode. If you love it, do not let anybody stop you from loving it. Don't let anybody stop you from loving it. Like whatever you like. Just do not criticize those who do not think the same way you do. We are all different, we are all unique, and we all have our own opinions about things. We all like what we want to like. Learn that people disagreeing with you is not an attack on you. The more you learn to accept that people are just different. We are not machines built to think, act, talk, vote, draw, write, everything the exact same way. We're all different, and that's what makes humanity a beautiful thing. If we were all the same, how boring would life be? I've been on this world a long, long time, and I've seen many, many people make a lot of mistakes, and I try to learn from them. If I can pass on even a little bit of wisdom, I will try. I am not the smartest person on this planet, by far, by far. But I've seen and I've made my fair share of mistakes. All right, chat. I'm sorry we went down the somber route there for a minute, but content creation and stuff on the internet is very important to me. Very, very passionate about it. So I apologize if I get off on a rant on something like that. Content creation is not easy. And it is really, really hard on your mental health. It really is. It is not a simple game. It is not a zero-sum. It's not a zero-sum game, and there's no right way to do it. There are things you can do to improve your chances, but there is no one right way to do all of it. But I'm very, very passionate about it, and I talk about it if I can. I myself still have a lot to learn when it comes to content creation. But in the short amount of time that I've been doing it, I've seen some things and I've gathered a lot of knowledge. I've listened to a lot of smart people who've been doing this longer than I have. I've listened to the senpais that I have and tried to incorporate what I've learned from them into what I'm doing. Content creation is hard. Making anything and then putting it out on the internet for countless people to look at and critique is hard. It's hard. But nothing worth doing is easy. You can boil it all down to that. Nothing worth doing is easy. Finally read Dragon Ball New Age, and I'm intrigued by the story so far, especially Rigger's form. Is that supposed to be a redesign of Super Saiyan God, or is it something unique to Rigger? It's something kind of unique. It is not meant to be a redesign of Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God that you guys are aware of still exists in the story. It's just something kind of new, kind of different. Taking something old and revamping it for a modern age. All right. I think we're done with this one. Let's send this over to the boss and what he thinks. Ah, we got an instant thumbs up on that one. We got it, both are good, chat. We did a good job, chat. We did. Alrighty. I think it's gonna be the latter, David. What do you call it? Toei Animation will continue to adapt the story on similar story beats, but differently than how Toyotaro does it. Asura Form Rigger is pretty badass. What would you say the difference are between Asura Form and Legendary Super Saiyan? Well, for one, the Legendary Super Saiyan form doesn't really exist. Legendary Super Saiyan is just like an apex, like unique genetic mutation for Broly, especially like Z Broly. Whereas like Super Broly is a mutant. He is closer to Super Broly than he is to Z Broly. The like true Super Saiyan and stuff like that, it's all like genetically unique to him. It's just basically a souped up version of it's the first place version, the gold version, the gold standard version of Super Saiyan. And let's see, Super Broly also has yellow Super Saiyan. Yeah. The green Super Saiyan from friggin' Dragon Ball Z, that's not the case. But yes, Rigger has unique genetics that cause him to have one yellow-haired Super Saiyan form. His version of Super Saiyan 4. And technically that's it. He has 2 transformations. Asura form is made by combining godly energy with his Super Saiyan 4. So it's basically my take on what heroes would call Limit Breaker. Alright. Save this. So with Broly? Poppy! My friend, how are you doing? How long have you been here? Did you just get here? Have you been lurking? You been creeping around there, bud? Yo! We just finished up our thumbnails for the day. We're about to get into some manga. You just got here? Okay. We got cool biker Turles doing some sparring with Gohan, and then Goldo versus Hit. Oh yeah, we're doing some manga today. Alright, chat. Go on ahead and bring up my script for it. And at the moment, Super Broly is a mutant amongst high-class Saiyans. Yes. Broly was supposed to be in a lower class, but because of his abnormal power, they actually put him amongst elite Saiyans, and King Vegeta didn't really like that. Let's see. All right. So, last week, chat. We're going to go ahead and get started on our manga. So last week, we ended with this. We ended with this visual interior representation of Rigger's, basically his sanity, and how it's starting to burn away because he keeps using more and more of this power. No. I've mentioned, Sunny D, that one of the things that I'm trying to do with Dragon Ball New Age is I'm trying to make it less and less about Goku and Vegeta. You saw it a little bit in the old version of Dragon Ball New Age, where we basically wrote Goku and Vegeta out of the equation against Elijah and left it up to the new generation. And we're going to be doing more and more of that as Dragon Ball New Age goes on. It is less the Goku and Vegeta show and more, let's see what the people who've actually trained their entire lives to take up after Goku and Vegeta are gone. Let's see what they can do. So I want to power up other people besides Goku and Vegeta and actually make it matter. Hope Ten Shinhan can get some action. I will give you a little spoiler. In Arc 3, I won't tell you what he does, but Ten Shinhan does show up in the 3rd arc of Dragon Ball New Age. But Ten Shinhan does make a comeback. Alright, chat. So, we got this burning away. Now, we got to show Gogeta basically barely avoiding one of Rigger's fists. Will Krillin do that thing again? The thing he did in New Age? The OG New Age? Krillin will show up. But I can't tell you what all he's gonna do. Can't tell you what he's gonna do. Same thing with Ten Shinhan. I can tell you they show up, but I can't spoil what all they do, friendo. You just gonna have to tune in. All right. So we've added a layer. We're going to add some panel material. And turn my mic down just a little bit. I keep peaking. I'm trying not to. Do I sound okay? Am I still loud enough for everybody to hear me? I turned the mic down just a little bit. And I was peeking all the way into the red every single time I talked. All right, good. Good. I'm not going to be doing that, Purple Tiger, specifically because that's already been done in Multiverse. So if you've seen it in another fan manga and it's prevalent, chances are I'm not doing that. That's another reason why Bra, Vegeta's daughter, is not becoming a fighter. Because literally every fan manga turns Bra into a fighter. Let's see. So, Gogeta narrowly avoids one of Rigger's massive incoming fists, but can't avoid the follow-up back fist that knocks him to the ground. Gogeta, thinking he's getting faster. Gogeta lands on his feet easily. He's a little off balance, but not hurt. Rigger lands several yards in front of him, breathing heavily. His aura continues to bubble like water. Okay. Shenron does not leave with Goku, or Goku does not leave with Shenron at the end of the GT and Dragon Ball New Age. The situation at the end of GT is a little bit different. So, basically what happens is Goku is mortally wounded in the fight against Omega Shenron. He does not need a universe-wide Spirit Bomb. He just needs one that's as big as the galaxy. He needs one from the whole galaxy to do it. But that's enough to kill Omega Shenron. However, his injuries are very critical. But he's still alive. Then the dragon pops out of the now free of negative energy Dragon Balls and offers Goku a final rule-free wish before the Dragon Balls disappear forever. Goku wishes that everybody who had been killed since the attack of 17 be wished back to life. So everybody who is dead is brought back to life. And that's the final rule-free wish. The dragon disappears. Goku, though, is not dead at that point. He is still alive. So he is excluded from the wish. He then has his tearful goodbyes, and he bequeaths the title of Earth's Defender to Vegeta. He dies, and much like at the beginning of the Saiyan arc, at the beginning of the Saiyan arc in the battle against Raditz, his body vanishes. And he goes to the afterlife to train like he did at the end of the Cell arc, with all the great masters of history, to finally be able to meet and talk with his grandfather again. So we don't diminish the sacrifice of Goku at the end of GT. We just alter it just a little bit. How many co-writers do I have? I have 3. There is no Pikkon. We completely ignore the anime-only timeline. The only things we take into account are the original Dragon Ball manga, Jocko the Galactic Patrolman, and by extension, Dragon Ball Minus, and the Battle of Gods film with slight alterations, and our slightly altered GT. But none of the movies, nothing from Super besides, like, the characters and places and stuff from Super exist, but none of the events take place. If the Dragon Balls are gone forever, does that mean it doesn't show up in the hero's legacy? All that stuff with like Goku Jr. and stuff, that particular movie is basically non-existent. That doesn't happen. The timelines are too different by that point. Alright, so right now, all we're doing is just getting these simple sketches done. I'm gonna copy this, flip it. Rotate, flip horizontal. There we go. And we'll merge this down. And I want to level this up just a little bit, so we'll put it right about here. Yeah, it's one of the that's one of the beauties of drawing digitally, is it makes doing things like this a lot simpler. This eye is all black already. This eye is getting blacker. Oh, I got my stand up and stretch? All right. Matter of fact, I should go get a bottle of water because I have run out. Hold on. Oh. Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that feels... Grab a bottle of water, Will. Ah. Alrighty. Well, I'm back. I'm feeling pretty good about myself. Yeah, this whole, like, because Dragon Ball faces tend to be very, very symmetrical, you can do stuff like this and it doesn't really affect everything all that much. When I sit down to actually, like, do the inking, that's where, like, a lot of the differences in their faces and stuff are going to come up. Like, you know, because what I'm not going to do is ink one side and then just flip it over to the other. Each side will be inked individually. It's just when you do this as a sketch, you can do these like mirrored shots like this because it works for their particular art style and their faces. Some of this, some speed line or focus lines. Thank God some programs have a symmetrical tool. This one does, but it's a pen. I can show you how. Sometimes you guys can actually see me use it. I use it sometimes when I'm trying to get like a jawline right. This one right here. So like, if I draw it like this, you know, it does symmetrical stuff like that, but sometimes I can go, boom, and I have a quote-unquote symmetrical jawline. See? I can do something like that and make Vegeta or Rigger's head, and it's actually symmetrical. Sometimes you could do that. I don't use it all that often, though. Sometimes I just use it if I'm trying to get a jawline right, and it just doesn't seem to be, like, hitting the way that I want to. And so for this one, we've got Rigger. He's freaking out. Now we need to do Gogeta, like, barely dodging some of his hits and saying that he's getting, let's see. Barely dodges one of the massive incoming fists, but can't. Okay. So, I think for this, what we'll do is we're gonna do Gogeta basically in like dodge mode. We're gonna put like a whole bunch of fists around him. So that like Rigger is now starting to feel himself a little bit. Yes, we're doing dodge. And again, remember, when you're doing these transcript pages, they do not have to be overly detailed and finalized. You are just trying to get the layout of your page the way you want it. Why does Rigger's, you mean his sclera, the whites of his eyes, why do they turn black? So, mixing Rigger's very tumultuous emotional state and very primal-oriented power with a power that is supposed to meet, where you're supposed to have a calm mind and soul. It's like mixing oil and water. It's mixing the say and the dough. You can mix it eventually. You know, you can mix it for a short amount of time, but eventually it has to split apart. It's two conflicting things, two opposites trying to interact with each other. It would be the equivalent of trying to push the two opposite sides of a magnet together. It's just not going to work. You can put them together, but it takes a lot of effort to keep them that way. Eventually, they try to push themselves apart. And that's what's going on with Rigger right now. He's using this power. It's giving him a lot of strength, but his body can't take the strain of trying to harness those two unfathomable energies together. Another way that I put it, I put it a very succinct way. So Rigger is able to draw out more and more power with this form, seemingly at will, but at a cost of his body. And the way the old Kai metaphored it is that it's like trying to fill up a water balloon. When Rigger isn't using his full capabilities, it's like you stuck the water balloon on a faucet and barely turned on the tap. But when he uses its power to its fullest capabilities, it's like you turned the tap on full blast. So his body is the water balloon, and the energy that he's accumulating is the water that you're using to fill it up. It can only hold so much. And basically, the black in his eyes signifies that he's using more and more and more of that power. When he wasn't, it was just a light shading around his eyes because he had control of it. But now, he keeps filling the water balloon up. And eventually, it's gonna pop. Oh, thank you, Pied Piper. This, we're basically going to be showing that, like, now Gogeta is starting to get a little bit worried. Because now Rigger's starting to get a little too close for comfort. Do I have any plans for Pan? Oh, do I? In fact, there's a slight spoiler in the old animation that I did when I was doing a work-in-progress animation for Dragon Ball New Age. There's a slight spoiler for something that happens to Pan in there. And in the definitive edition, in one of the earlier chapters, when Pan is basically feeling this whole fight that's been going on, she mentions how she wants to help, but she's worried about getting in the way because she knows she's not strong enough. And we're going to start building on that. Again, we're going to focus on powering up people other than Goku and Vegeta. Bringing other people up to speed, instead of it just being the Goku and Vegeta show. Here. And we're just showing like a lot of fists and stuff are flying. We're gonna get 2 pages sketched up and then we're gonna work on some inking. Let's see. We're working on chapter 11. I'm thinking it'll either be chapter 13 or 14, this particular arc. This particular arc will probably end in chapter 13 or 14. Oh, I made this a little too bulky and not enough of foreshortening of his arm, so I will change that with perspective tool here in just a second. How many sagas were in the original run? Well, in the original run, I had only made it to the second one, but I had 6 planned. This new one, I have 3 for sure arcs. 3 arcs that I absolutely am going to do. and then 3 more depending on how long it takes me to get through them. Change this up. And I can erase that. Deselect. Get rid of this stuff. It's gone up into the area that I don't need it to go into. But yeah, there's a long overarching story that's being told throughout these first 3 arcs, and I want to tell those first. And again, the big overarching theme is that, much like it was with the original Dragon Ball, the older generation has had its time, and now it is time for the new generation to step up. It was that way with, like, with Master Roshi, when Krillin and Goku finally surpassed him, when they found, you know, and they found Ten Shinhan. There just comes a point where, you know, Goku and Vegeta have to step aside. They can't be there forever. So we need to start prepping other people to take up their mantle. And that's what we're going to be doing. What's my opinion on Rising Fist? I don't really have too much of an opinion. I think everybody's should be able to tell the stories they want to be able to tell. Did Goku use energy from the actual Milky Way or the Quadrant Galaxy? He used it from the entire Milky Way. So the entire spectrum of their galaxy, he used the energy from that entire galaxy, not just his quadrant. What smells like space, dear? All right. I was wondering why everything was coming out so light. Eventually, apparently I right-clicked and, like, turned everything into a grayer color. There we go. Now, each of the Kais rules over a specific quadrant of a specific galaxy. With the northwest, south, and east Kais all ruling over a different portion of the Milky Way. Whereas the Kaioshin are basically quadrants of the entire universe. In other words, Goku only used the energy of a single galaxy, not all of them. If that's what you're trying to aim at. Goku used the energy of a single galaxy to kill Omega Shenron. In Dragon Ball New Age, anyway. Yeah, I knew what you were trying to get at, but yeah, he only used the energy of a single galaxy to do it. This because Gogeta has taken that back fist. I don't know. I don't like the way that's coming out. Hold on a second. How do I want to do this? Let me see if I can find... I should have a reference of a similar pose to what I'm looking for. Let me see. Should be able to find one. Just give me a sec. Loungers, just give me one sec. Do I use those modeling figures? Yes, I do. That might actually, if I can finagle the modeling dummy the way I want to. might actually work. I might have it, lovely. I just need to find my phone so I could take a picture of it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Picture of this, see if I can get it at the right angle. Might not be exactly what I'm looking for, but it'll do the job. All right. Make sure it took into my photo area. Okay. Let's see how I can turn this. See if I can turn this into a win. Shall we? Let's see. Actually, yeah, that should work just fine. Here, paste, transform. Large it a bit to show that he's like flying away, but we're also going to foreshorten it a little bit. All right, that'll work. This will give us what we need. Make some changes right here to give it a bit more dynamics. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to tell the story of what we're trying to go for. Some fluffy pants. And this, chat, is why pose dummies are a great thing, because they can get you out of tight situations like this. And again, more focus lines because we're showing him getting added away. There we go. Yeah. Gogeta got yeeted. That'll work. That got us where we needed to go, chat. Go ahead and save this. This will actually be expanded, so this will be a bigger word balloon, but it's good for what we have right now. Save this. All right. Really quick, chat. I need to run to the restroom. I'll be right back, and we will get our last sketch page done for the day, and then we'll do some inking. All right, chat. I'm back. All right, chat. Sippy, sippy. Now, for this one, Gogeta is gonna land on his feet, but I want him to like be skidding across the ground. Sauron, how's it going? So yeah, we're gonna have Gogeta like skid across the ground, like digging his hands and stuff in the ground, kind of like what like Broly did when he was fighting against Vegeta, where he's just like he's trying to stop himself, so he's digging into the ground because Gogeta's just been knocked to the dirt, but he's landing on his feet. But I want to show that like there was some oomph behind it. So we're gonna show him skidding across the ground. Then let's see what else is in the script. Then we'll have a long shot of Rigger like landing, and then a close up of him just like breathing really hard and like snarling. So we're gonna add some panel material. We're gonna have a long shot of Gogeta landing and skidding. And then to be pretty much right down the middle. There we go. Your potential girl is testing your jealousy? Why? The models can be very useful, Sonny. Let's see. So... right here. I think I'm going to draw it at this angle, but I'm going to flip it so that it tracks with the previous page a little bit more. Whole thing right there. Show some rocks and debris flying up. Show his vest billowing up a little bit. Now, like I said, I got it at the angle that I needed it. Now I just want to rotate it, get horizontal. There we go. Oh, do Vegeta's down here. Just stood up. We're gonna have a couple little dust clouds here. We'll have some dirt, like skids. Then rigger. Well, yeah, you could get some, you can get, like, I believe the ones that I got were actually from Amazon. I can't be sure, though. I did get a replacement, for the female one that I have from Amazon, because I had been using it for so long that I actually accidentally broke the arm off of one. But yeah, you can get pretty decent ones off of Amazon. What I want to do here is actually, I want to make Rigger look a little smaller here. Because he's a ways away. Especially when you see, like, the next thing that they do. I want Rigger to look tiny because he's far away. Put some more clouds. We'll put a little bit of rocks and stuff in here. All right. Got that. Then we're gonna draw Rigger, and he's gonna be basically looking feral as hell. I feel like even if Rigger killed Vegeta, he would still be so mad that he will find a way to the afterlife and beat Vegeta there. I mean, Rigger doesn't really have a whole lot of, like, concept of, like, the afterlife being a place like that. You know, he said that he's gonna send Vegeta to the afterlife to be with his dad, you know, his cold-hearted father. But revenge, like, you know, it's just a trope. Revenge is like, you know, getting your revenge is a lot of times never the answer. And I made mention of that in, like, an old version of Dragon Ball New Age when Vegeta actually apologized to Rigger. And he even said, "I know where you've been because I've been there myself. You have a huge hole in your heart, and you can never be angry enough or kill enough to fill it. You can never hate enough, and you can never kill enough to fill it. And that's what revenge is. Revenge is a hole in your heart that you can never hate or kill enough to fill. Burdock, hello! Oh, it's all good. We sketched up this page. We got this one all sketched up. We're finishing sketching up this page, and then we're going to start doing some inking. Now, Sauron, it's a bit different in Dragon Ball New Age. Like, the obtainment of Super Saiyan 4 isn't the same as it is in the original GT story. In the original GT story, you basically had to have your mind, you had to have your wits about you when you went into, like, the Golden Ape form. In New Age, it's more in line with being another transformation in the Super Saiyan line. It's just done while you experience extreme rage while having your body flooded with absolutely enormous amounts of lunar radiation, you know, Blutz waves or whatever, if you want to call them. So it's not so much as controlled ape as it's a Super Saiyan form using the Great Ape. So it's kind of like Ikari, almost. Rigor has to be gentle in general. I mean, Sapari is strong. You know, it's not like she's some wayfish, like, sensitive little thing. She's a warrior. You know, they've been doing their thing for years. So it's not like, oh, I have to treat her like cardboard or else I'll kill her. But he does still have to be gentle with her. He's gentle in general around his family. Alright. I like that. Not so much burning away for good. It's just the more and more he uses that power, the more and more it burns away at what makes him him. And he becomes more and more primal. It's more the power talking, and, you know, think of it like two people driving a car. One of them is rigor, and then the other one is the power. When rigor doesn't use a whole lot of the power, both of them kind of like have their hands on the steering wheel. But as rigor starts using more and more of the power starts steering the car a lot more. Yes, case in point. In his free time, Rigger likes to garden. He trains to stay in shape, but he's not just always training. He trains to stay in shape, but his favorite pastime is gardening. There we go. So, that was from last week. Showing it's starting to eat away. Rigger here. He throws a fist. Gogeta can't quite dodge. Well, he dodges this one, but he doesn't dodge the back fist. Gogeta lands on the ground, skids, and stops himself. He picks himself up. Rigger drops down to the ground and is breathing really, really hard, which is what I wanted. Have you even previous page with his eyes turning black inked? I think so. Hold on. Let me make sure this saves. Okay. I think that's in chapter 10. Yeah. The form is meant to be used in a state of calm. Is this innate rage and deteriorating sanity perhaps corrupting the form? In a manner. It's like I said, it's trying to mix oil and water, and they just never mix properly. Rigger has to have a calm, like a calmer soul, and he has to have his wits about him. Right now, he's driven entirely by his anger. And remember in those earlier chapters, they said, Rigger's master said that as long as he harbors that grudge, his strength is all he has. That he has to let go to access his true power. Alright. Alright, so this page shouldn't take too long. Rigger has a teacher in this version? Yeah. Let me bring it back up. I think it happened in chapter 9? No. Here it is. So it was in chapter 8. Planet Makama, which is where Rigger and Sapari live. Hello, Superman. There's a massive explosion. We see the aftermath of what happened to be a major fight, crumbled buildings, craters, trenches. The planet literally cracked. Then we show Rigger. He's in a rough way. He's shaking. He's roughed up, beat up, and he can't even move. And as Sapari tries to comfort him, there's a voice off screen that says, "That's it. I'm afraid it would seem we've reached your limit." And Rigger calls him his master. "And I had hoped through training you would learn to let go of this hatred within you. As you are, the mixing of these unfathomable energies with such a tempest produces disastrous results. You can progress no further." As long as he harbors this grudge, his strength will be all he has, never peace. Until such a time, I have no more to teach you. Let go of the past. Isaiah, hello! No, I'm actually in the midst of inking the next couple pages for DB New Age. Wasn't the letting go of the past lesson also an important God of Destruction lesson from Beerus? Time to stand up and stretch? Oh, yep, I missed it. I missed it. Thank you. Ugh. Thank you. Hmm. There we go. You think Piccolo would be in better shape if his potential was unlocked like in Superhero? He would be in better shape if his potential was unlocked, but not the lazy way of wishing for his potential to be unlocked. Thank you. There's a long one today? Yeah. We've already hit the 4-hour mark. Yeah, 5 hours is my cutoff. So regardless of whether we're done or not, at 5 hours, I'm cutting off the stream. That the Supreme Kai in the back? No. Or wait a minute, what is the next page? Oh, the next page is going to be... Ooh, boy, yeah. So this might be our final page for today, because the next page is a 2-page spread, and I'm going to probably need a lot of time tomorrow to work on that. But I will at least show you guys what it looks like when we're done. A 2-page spread, that's going to take way more than an hour to do. There's Gohan and Piccolo. This is Goten and Trunks, and that's Oob. He'd probably react to it the same way he reacted to Vegeta going Super Saiyan 4. He probably wouldn't care all that much. That's one thing that, like I know a lot of people on, like, Instagram who like to, like, RP as Rigger and stuff, but they play Rigger like the old villain who's, like, he's just obsessed with gaining as much power as he can and being the strongest thing in the universe and, you know, all this, and that's not, like, what Rigger's really about. Which is, you know, another reason why I'm glad we nailed down those characteristics of him in the definitive edition. Where it's not a whole thing about, like, oh, I'm obsessed with making sure that I'm the strongest and all this, you know. He just happens to be the strongest, but that's not his motivation to prove that he's the strongest. It's also why we can show Rigger being a bit more vulnerable, while why Vegeta and them were able to get some more hits and stuff on him. Instead of him just curb stomping all of them with no chance at all. Who's gotten the worst beating so far? It's probably a toss-up between, like, Vegeta and Piccolo. Gotenks took a couple hits from him, but, like, Rigger punched him one real good time and defused him instantly. Vegeta fought Rigger on his own, but after a little bit, like, Rigger just started pummeling him. And then he got healed up by a Senzu and started fighting with Goku, and Rigger pummeled him again anyway. Everybody else, like, Rigger has either told them to get out of his way, or he tries to deal with them as quickly as possible so he doesn't have to waste his energy on them, because he just wants Vegeta. He keeps telling people, stay out of my way, you're not who I'm here for. Which is a big difference from his old interpretation where he's just like, okay, if you're gonna stand in front of me, I'm gonna kill you. That's just not the way he acts anymore. Yeah, basically. Because Rigger, honestly, in this version, Rigger has no concept of what Super Saiyan is. He's only ever heard the legend, but he doesn't know what a Super Saiyan is, which is why he doesn't name his forms as Super Saiyan forms. He calls his true Super Saiyan form, his battle form, and his true Super Saiyan 4 form is his, assault form. And then the form he's using right now is his Asura form. He doesn't name any of them as his Super Saiyan forms because he doesn't know what Super Saiyan is. Yeah, Vegeta goes, behold Ultra Ego, and Rigger just would, like, stare at him. Thoughts on the Savior from Heaven form from Dragon Ball Legends? I actually did fan art of it. It is currently the most liked tweet I have ever done. I think it's only like 30-something away from 1,000. See. Here it is. Oh, my mistake. It is 24 away from 1,000. So, if you guys would, I would appreciate it. Sharing it. There's the link. If you guys would. If you have not, if you're not following me on Twitter, then I think you need to get on that. But go show that tweet some love. Let's see if we can make that my first 1K likes tweet ever. That would be super poggers. Oh, I thank you. I will tell you this guy. This guy's. Should we make it past the 3rd arc? Oh my goodness, do I have some moments for Oob. I am going to turn Oob into a monster if we go past arc 3. No, I'm talking past Elasion. So it's the Rigger arc, Elasion arc, and then there's an arc after Elasion. Those are the 3 main ones. But if we go past that, oh boy, do I have some plans for Oob. Imagine if revenge wasn't on Rigger's mind at all. He'd be that one Saiyan in the group that would be hard to impress. Yeah, kinda. He's been through a lot. So, like, even in the Tournament of Power What If that I did, or, well, that I, you know, loosely wrote, that I'm still waiting to actually, like, draw. Like, he knows that Jiren is, you know, a bad mamma jamma. But, like, even at that, he's just like, you know, he's not letting Jiren impress or intimidate him. You do not have the power scale right. I'll put that to you right now, Sauron. You are severely underranking the Asura form. I've mentioned several times over that Rigger in Asura form at his peak is Hakaishin level. He's up there with Beerus. Yeah, we're not... I said before that with the definitive edition, we bumped everybody's power up to be closer to what they were in Dragon Ball... what they are in Dragon Ball Super. Both Rigger and Gogeta are hovering around Beerus level. Now, that said, Jiren still beats Rigger in the Tournament of Power What If, but Rigger's not impressed by him. He respects him. He respects Jiren, don't get me wrong, but he's not impressed by him. That's what I said, Sauron. I just said that Jiren still beats him. Alright, Korok. Thank you for coming and hanging out, friend. No, I don't ban people for having differences of opinion. If they are wrong about something when it comes to Dragon Ball New Age, then I will, you know, correct whatever the misstatement or whatever is. But no, you get banned for breaking the rules that we have down below and basically just being like a nuisance or a troll or something like that. You don't get banned for saying, oh, well, I think this person is stronger than this person. I don't ban people for that. That's dumb. We are here to have discussions and fun. Okay, so now we're gonna highlight this outside. Cut. Now, if you want to get banned on my channel, there's very simple ways to do it. Having a different opinion or having a discussion with me about the power levels of my characters is not one of them. Some lettering. I don't look at power levels like that. I don't have like a, what do you call it, number. I've said in like I've done like the small scale numbers before, right? In which the small scale numbers I would put like Omega Shenron's a 5. God Goku in Battle of Gods would be a 6. Rigger and Peak Asura Rigger and Beerus are like around the same area. Rigger's kind of like a, what do you call it? Kind of like a low to mid 10, whereas Beerus is like a mid to high 10. Gogeta would be a high 9, low 10. And Jiren is a 13, and Whis is a 15. Oh, you know, pretty high. Yeah. What's your power level? Mine's pretty big. Yeah, Gogeta from the like GT era when he fought Omega Shenron would be like Super Saiyan God level. Firecraft, hello. But the numbers are just so big, I don't even focus on trying to give them, like, you know, like, the technical power level that, like, you think of. Like, if Frieza's scouters were trying to read what their power levels were, I don't think about power levels like that anymore. Boom. Eh. Ninu! Hello! How are you, Flynn? Hey! How was your stream? Right. Save that. Good, good, good. Just roll on in and say hello, Dante. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Okay, we're saving this up. Here that took. Yes, yes. Like I said, we're gonna have a cutoff because we are already reaching the point where I would be cutting off anyway. But I will show you guys the 2-page spread that comes after this. I'm just going to have to ink it and stuff either off stream or wait till next week. In which case we might only get 1 page released this week because of the 2-page spread, but this is the 2-page spread that we're going to be, that we will have next week. No, there is no Kid Buu taking over Oob. We're not doing that garbage that every fan manga does. I'm talking about we're going to make Oob like what he was supposed to be, the successor of Goku. Yeah, I'm going to I'll either start doing this off stream, or we will just release a single page this week and release the double page spread next week. Because this is going to be, this is a process. So this is going to be a while. If we hold off till next week, there won't be any sketch pages. We will focus on just getting this done. What the? What? 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 Twice? Twice? Thank you for Red Super Chat number 2. Big Preesh. Holy moly. Okay. What a way to end the night, eh? But here's all we've got for the evening. So we got we got Biker Turles training with Gohan. Goldo is fighting Hit. We inked up the next page of DB New Age and previewed the double page spread. And again, this will either be something that I do off stream or we'll save it till next week. Here we go. All right, my lovelies, that's going to be it for the day. We have gone 4 hours and 40 minutes. And as I said, 5 hours is my cutoff time. I do not do any more than 5 hours, and I cannot possibly finish that page in 20 minutes. It's not going to happen. But thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. Nerd King, thank you so much for your donos and the red super chats. I appreciate it. And just thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. It really, really means a whole lot for me, for you guys to come and just spend some time with me. It really, really, truly does. You guys are the reason I keep doing this. I am off tomorrow through Thursday. I will be back on Friday over on my Twitch channel for Helltubers. And then doing a collab with Dr. Crafty on Saturday. If you guys are on my Twitch channel on Sunday, you guys can come by. We'll be doing some community duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel over on Twitch. But, again, just thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. Really means a lot to me. But I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm gonna go get me some, go make me some yummy yum food, because, tummy is hungry and rumbling. So, until next time. I am Malik Torihane. That is the lovely Wallet Chan. This has been What If Weekly and Dragon Ball New Age in the Tentacle Lounge. I'll see all my lovely loungers again next time.